beautiful Gaia, oh, Gaia, calling us on. Oh, beautiful Gaia, calling us on. Oh, beautiful Gaia, oh, Gaia, calling us home. Oh, beautiful Gaia, calling us home. Oh, beautiful Gaia, oh, Gaia, calling us home. Oh, beautiful Gaia, calling us home. I think there are less people here than when we started, but that's all right. People are just getting a little breath of fresh air and they're coming back. We've been told we really need to start on time this afternoon, so to make sure we get the business done we need to get done. So we're gonna sing another couple songs. Coming fine. Want to do coming fine? Whatever. Malembe. Maybe. One, you have 140 or something. Gonna sing As Long as We Follow, which is a hymn from More Voices called, actually, Malembe, we call it. It's in Lingala, language from the Congo. Can you, oh wow, it's so dark again. Dealing with the dark words. Oh well, we'll try. What the heck are the chords? E minor 7. I get it, yeah. Goes like this. Zelana lola toko tambola malembe, malembe toko tambola. Zelana lola toko tambola malembe, malembe toko tambola, malembe, malembe, malembe. Malembe toko tambola. Malembe, malembe, malembe toko tambola. Zelana lola toko bondela masia. Malembe toko tambola. Zelana lola toko bondela masia. Malembe toko tambola. Malembe, 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 malembe toko tambola. Malembe, malembe, malembe toko tambola. As long as we sing, there is a future for tomorrow, a future for the human race. As long as we sing, there is a future for tomorrow, a future for the human race. We know this, we know this, we know this. Yes, this day will surely come. We know this, we know this. Yes, this day will surely come. Sing Malembe again a couple more times. Malembe, 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 Toko Tambola, Toko Tambola. Malembe, 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 Toko Tambola. Couple more and then we're Malembe, 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 Toko Tambola. Malembe, 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 Toko Tambola.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, everybody, for being back here for our 1:30 start. As we gather, we always come to a time in our regional meeting where we'd like to remember. Hey, I might put my hand up. We need more time to visit, don't we? Yes, that's so important. Thank you. I really want to thank Jess. Where's Jess? Wave your hand. Jess has helped with so much of our theme and worship and everything behind the scenes. And as we gather, one of our rituals we do is to remember all the saints who've passed in this past time since we meet. And so we have a video we'd like to play, and then a time of prayer as we enter this time of memorial to remember all those. So let's start with our video, please. And as we gather, one of our rituals we do is to remember all the saints who've passed in this past time since we meet. And so we have a video we'd like to play, and then a time of prayer as we enter this time of memorial to remember all those. So let's start with our video, please. And as we gather, one of our rituals we do is to remember all who've passed in this past time since we meet. And so we have a video we'd like to play, and then a time of prayer as we enter this time of memorial to remember all of them. So let's start with our video. And we meet. And so we have a video we'd like to play, and then a time of prayer as we enter this time of memorial to remember all of them. So let's start with our video. And we meet. And so we have a video we'd like to play. Remember all. So let's start with our video. And so we have So I invite us into a moment of saints that in your own local church community. So we'll have a time of prayer where we have a time of silence, and I invite you in that time of silence, if there's a name you'd like to lift up, to say it in your hearts or out loud as we remember all those who have gone before us in the certain hope of the resurrection. So let us pray together. Oh, gracious God, remember all those faithful servants of our church those faithful servants who have served us with decades, with love and care and generosity. And we lift up their names in this time of deep, heartfelt prayer. And in this moment of silence, we name all those who have gone before us in this past year that we'd like to lift up in celebration and remembrance. Love and care and gentleness. Lift up Austin Fennell. Grace Sass. Ain Lurie. Ryan Jackson. So we pray to you, O risen Christ, that the spirit of all those we've said out loud and in our hearts, that we'll know that their spirit still comes with us on this journey, and that they are part of the great communion of hosts as we lift up their memories today in gratitude and joy. Amen.
Good afternoon. Almost pulled down the building here. The red jingle dress was created by my sister, Teresa Snow. She was gifted in the teachings about the jingle dress and about her own ways of doing this. And as you see on the skirt, you'll see a number of women, and this is her trademark that she began doing a number of years ago with her skirts. And it is in recognition of the women who have gone missing, the women who have been murdered in these acts of genocide in our midst. So the culture that we affirm today is an acknowledgement that there are specific ways in which we are brought into community through our traditions and through our customs. I'm going to invite my Aunt Glenda. They're just getting ready here. As we do this, we are commemorating an act by a Métis artist who brought the red dresses to the campus at the University of Winnipeg and placed them in the trees, on the buildings, in the doorways, as one of her acts of artistic protest about the loss of these women's lives and of the callous disregard from authorities like the police, like our government officials, who have not recognized the immediacy and the urgency of these acts to our way of being. So I'll just invite my Aunt Glenda and Trudy, both of whom completed their DLM this year. So they are now being recognized as lay ministers from our community and are here to help me, because I don't want to be just a Native man or a man trying to explain an issue that's affecting women. In a perfect world, we would have room for the ministry that they take on today and the work that we do. So when we bring out the red dress, the red jingle dress, it is a teaching center. It is a way that we step into this issue as a church. And it is part of our calls to action. It is part of our work of reconciliation. It's part of our call to be the church. And so I'm going to ask my aunt here to offer the prayer. Are these mics working? Talking to that mic.
Pray. Okay. On our stage. Chain Gabbis. Ishnish. The name Barbne. We'll pray. Akria be one signal waka. Akria no the number in ya be hit on the inhibit. In no chande be ya no mission near was Kianing Cham. That training inhibigas a change cam. Hem tasta wem in danan time missing ke yem tagin kem. Un tasta bi wako nabine ingo gabichin to gade yemington. To gada when the hibicus hetia bishinchin inga semich ni wakande. Die in den Hibinesh in Schneesh, der Hunger, open Gninjin Abit, near Tarzan in Balobit, open Gijiawam, near Nim Jinxi Taricos, a chairs. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. If we can have the next screen. So today, as Red Dress Day, we are commemorating the loss of women's lives. We are commemorating the loss in our community of legacies of families that have been affected by the taking of specifically women out of our communities, either as girls or as grown women, that their voice is lost to the times that we are in. And their legacy is lost. Their cultural teaching is lost from being passed on. Can we get the next screen? So we have our candle lighting and the smudge and the prayer. Let's go to the next one. We're trying to get within our time frame. This here is a video from my sister Gloria Snow.
Today is May 5th, the day we observe Red Dress Day. As we gather across Turtle Island, we gather as families, as community, to lament, to share our loved one's name, and to seek justice. As we look to the national inquiry into murdered missing Indigenous women, girls, and gender diverse peoples, the national inquiry have calls to justice. There are 231. In what capacity are we to carry out the smallest part of that? We can gather, we can hold a vigil, we can walk in honor of our sisters that are murdered and missing, our girls that are murdered and missing, our gender diverse peoples that are murdered and missing. We must never forget. We must say their name. We must seek justice. We look to concretely the social, economic, the ways in which we try to help our Indigenous women, girls, diverse peoples that may be facing hardship, that may be facing a situation. So consider donating to an organization that is directly involved with murdered missing Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit. As we gather on this day, we do so with a lament and with a hope going forward that the justice will be met for our women. We look to our grandmothers, our matriarchs, our families and communities. These are ways to support the initiatives. Ishnish pretty much, I thank you for allowing this time to talk about such an important initiative that affects all our communities. Not only the calls to action to justice, but that also leads to the calls to action for reconciliation. As we blend the two together, we see that it's holistically imbued together. One falls into the other. So as we start our reconciliation work, we also start our work with helping the initiatives to understand and end domestic violence against Indigenous women, to help support Indigenous women, girls, gender diverse peoples in our communities. As we work forth in these ways, we bring a sense of justice to our families. So let us start by picking an action that we can do today. Ishnish pretty much.
We'll move ahead to the next screen where we have a word from our, we have the Women's Warrior song. This song is sung at every march and every gathering to remember the women. It is a song from out of BC that is shared in and amongst the various tribes to honor the women on this day. Go to the next screen. Screen, please. This is a word from our
That's it.
elder,
My name
Marlene
is
Lightning.
Marlene Lightning. I'm here today to talk a little bit about missing and murdered women, and also our territories, our Treaty 6 and Treaty 7. And I just want to say a prayer for everyone, a prayer for the women that are missing and what needs to be done. I think more involvement from the church would be so good if they could have that into the truth and reconciliation. We need to look at that because nothing's been done with our areas and our land across Canada. The church needs to speak to the government on our behalf and make things easier for the Indigenous people and families that are hurting across this land. And with that, I will say a short prayer and wish everybody a good day. First of all, I want to thank the Creator for a beautiful day today. And I'm going to speak in my language. Mamo dawi mau kaksewatsi. Kinanaskom nanatskagi boke miosik. Kiskawe mia matsi kutama. Kintu tamat son kahkiogi vai mioskepta. Kap mia. Ai sinuak mitsete baumotsik. Egagi vaikojask miasinike espainik. Valkinto tamat taima kapi. Saoemia konoemia kahkio utaho maski. Kiam kahkiogi vai miasika. It's namauja. Son mia eksewatsin. Epse maito anamak skadispa. Ai.
Next screen, please. This is the butterfly dress that we did in 2018. We brought a group from the Bearspaw Community School in Calgary, who all the children put this together. It's a series of butterflies flowing into a dress, and then up. And we had this event. This was at our event in Calgary at Hillhurst, where we put this dress on display along with a number of other artworks, and had a performer do a one-woman show and a few others doing songs, and we had the choir also sing at this event. So that is some way of bringing the community into this issue and to recognize some of the ways that this is impacting our communities. Next. There are 93 women in Alberta on the missing and murdered women list register. And I'm just going to, as we do during this time, read some of the names as we cycle through this, and I'll have you, I'll tell you when to move ahead. Yeah, that's fine. Brittany Bearspaw, 16. Sherilyn Black, 46. Delana Left Hand Dixon, 20. Desiree Oldwoman, 21. Gloria Kelly Blackcomb, 49. Jacqueline Crazybull, 43. Joey Tila Patricia English, 25. Linda Mae Scott, 29. Misty Faith Potts, 37. Pauline Brazeau, 16. Terry Ann Dauphiné, 24. Victoria Joanne Crowshoe, 42. Carol May Big Tobacco was missing in 1983 from this area. This is an ongoing issue. It spans generations, and it continues. The list that we have are the ones that are confirmed known to be missing or murdered. There are many that go missing every day in our communities. It is an ongoing issue that impacts many of the families that we have. Next screen, please. Some ways that you can address some of these issues. Number one, read and share the Missing and Murdered Women final report, especially the calls for justice. Number two, hold in position of power, those in positions of power to account. Number three, take responsibility for white privilege. Number four, listen to Indigenous people and show up for them. Number five, donate to organizations serving Indigenous women. And number six, hang a red dress in your window. Next screen, please. Today, there is a rally at the Medicine Hat College for missing and murdered women, girls, and Two-Spirit people at 5:30 p.m. And here, it's an important way that we need to show up for these issues in our communities when we gather and at these times. So I'll be heading over there after if anyone else is interested. Next screen, please. It is ongoing work, and I want our two guests here to speak a little bit about their what they'd like to say on this issue. And I think we're ending at 5 after the hour.
Okay. Okay, yes, thank you. When my sister was 35 years old, they found her deceased in Cochrane by the railroad tracks in that ditch. The next day, an elder came to tell me, they found your sister. That pain was too much to take. I still have that pain. I wanted to be there with her. I wanted to hold her, lie there with her when she passed. I couldn't do that. All through the week, it was so hard. She left 2 daughters and a son. I think the daughter was 12, the youngest one maybe just 3. I raised her youngest daughter. And then my niece went missing. And then we heard from my sister's daughter. She had somebody had called her and said, it might be by the railroad, by the Good Stony Rodeo Arena. So we told the police. They went there to search for her, but they didn't find her. So the next day, my sister said, we have to go look for her. So we went and looked for her. We went down by the river. We saw this thing here that reflected the sun. So we went back up the hill, went around. From the cliff there, I went down the cliff. And she was there in a car, deceased, in the branches like that. So I went back up. I couldn't tell my sister. It was too painful. My daughter-in-law went down, saw her, came back, told my sister. My sister just went wild, started beating up on my daughter-in-law, kept yelling, no, no. It was such a painful thing for us when our loved ones go missing like this. And then we went and told the police, we found her. And they told us, we've been looking there, we couldn't find her. I guess they were just driving around, and we need more help from the police. We still face racism every day, everywhere. They don't really listen. They don't really care about our missing and indigenous women and girls. Personal, back home, it's so painful. We can't bear it. I still grieve for my sister, but she never went the right way. I could have been with her. Thank you.
Ambawa stitch da anchne bar nging amne. Good day. It's good to sit like this together and talk about the Red Dress Day. I was just talking to my cousin. A niece was also murdered maybe 2-3 years ago. So they don't know how she died, and my cousin said we need more help from the police. Like what my mom said, they don't really look for them. They just drive around maybe. But we need more help from the police, and also through the church. We need more help through the church also, because today back home in Morley, they're having a walk. So I think my cousin is going there, and my niece had a son and a daughter, and they cry for their mom every day. And it's sad to see these young ladies who have a bright future, and then their lives were shortened. And that shouldn't have happened. Isnis, thank you.
Thank you. One of the things important to remember that these acts affect families. These acts affect the function in our community, the role of women, the role of matriarchs, the role of our community, which is a matriarchal community, to rely on the wisdom of women in our midst, and that this devaluing affects all people. It affects our communities here in the city, affects our communities, especially those that are vulnerable in those populations, whether they are from a minority culture, minority faith, that they too are targeted because of this general devaluing of women in our midst. And so it is important that we take up this cause and that we work toward, in our daily work, the cause of missing and murdered women. And so I thank you for this time, and I'll turn it back to the next speaker.
Let's sing together this centering song. Come and find the quiet center. These stories help us to find the center. Come and find the quiet center in the crowded life we lead. Find the room for hope to enter. Find the frame where we are free. Clear the chaos and the clutter, clear our eyes that we can see all the things that really matter. Be at peace and simply be. Silence is a friend who claims us, cools the heat and slows the pace. God it is who speaks and names us, knows our being face to face, making space within our thinking, lifting shades to show the sun, raising courage when we're shrinking, finding hope for faith begun. In the Spirit, let us travel, open to each other's pain. Let our loves and fears unravel, celebrate the space we gain. There's a place for
Thank you very much. Wow, it is such a gift and a blessing to be part of this ministry here in Chinook Winds region. We're going to take a moment to introduce you to some of the people who make all of these ministries possible in our context here. I want to start, first of all, by expressing gratitude for having me be here as part of this staff team. It's a real blessing and a real treat to work among these people and to learn from them and to work with them, share with them in the ministry that we're part of together. I also want to express my gratitude to you and to them for the opportunity that I just had to have a sabbatical. It was a wonderful experience, much needed rest for me, and all of the staff had to work harder and compensate for the fact that I was away, and so I just want to publicly thank everyone for all that they did to make that possible so that I can come back and be renewed and invigorated for our ministry in the next 5 years together. So thank you. I'm going to ask our team to come forward, and I'm going to invite each of them to introduce themselves and to answer the question, what might you call me for? So if you've got a question, what would you reach out to me for? So we'll start with Karen.
Thank you, Trina. So I am Karen Medland. I am the regional minister responsible for pastoral relations and for community of faith support. So why would you call me? Oh, just about anything, actually. If you are in any form of transition, I'm probably the first person your congregation is going to call. So ministry staff who are thinking about leaving, congregations who are thinking about new vision, congregations who are thinking about anything new and interesting, then I'm the first person you call. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shelley, and I look after communications and cluster support. And I love hearing from you when you're particularly excited about a ministry that you want others to know about. So I love receiving those emails, and also when you're excited about hosting a cluster gathering as well. And the third area that I appreciate hearing from you is when there's a change in your regional representative. And I want to thank each and every one of our regional reps for the role that you take on in terms of being a communications person with your communications with your community of faith, but also in passing information back to me for the newsletter and other communications.
Hello, my name is Mauricio Araújo. I'm the assistant to the Executive Minister, Trina Duncan. It's actually a privilege to work with Trina. She's such a hard worker. I actually say that she's the hardest working Executive Minister in Canada. And she does come from a place from the heart. She cares deeply about the two regions that she serves. I also serve both regions, Chinook Winds and Pacific Mountain. Why would you call me? If you need to contact the Executive Minister's office, please always feel free to reach out. If you also don't know who to contact, I'm usually a good person to reach out to, and I can put you in contact with others. My job within the region, I usually assist the Regional Executive Council that gathers, among several other things. So always feel free to reach out. We are here for you. Thank you.
My name is Chris Maupoy. I'm the third ministry animator for Chinook Winds, so that's children, youth, young adults, camps, and our campus ministry here in Chinook Winds Regional Council. So you might call me if you're interested in ways that you can breathe life back into your regional or into your community of faith, children and youth ministry, or if you're looking for some ideas about how to grow that ministry, that's why you might call me. Another reason you might call me is I also am our regional justice animator. So if you have an issue particularly around the issue, around an issue of community justice or regional justice, you might call me to find out what are the different groups that are working on this, what's the legislative agenda looking like in the Alberta legislature, what's your local city government doing about the issues that you care about. So that's why you might call me.
And join me in congratulating Chris on the upcoming birth of a baby in September.
Hello, my name is Michelle Slater, and I'm the Interim Director of Leadership, an initiative of Chinook Winds Region and Pacific Mountain. I spend 1/4 of my time working on behalf of you folks, and I'm really excited to be in the role. Why you would call me is if you have somebody that you think it would be really exciting for us to learn from together, someone that we might organize a conference around, or an online course, or an in-person workshop. You might call me if there is a particular topic or issue that you are hearing resonating in your community of faith or in your clusters that you think it would be great for leadership to take action on bringing us together to learn more about. You might call me if you're interested in following up on the theological banquet with Janet Gear and using some of the video resources or the book, doing your own workshop in a congregation or in a reading group in your community of faith. And you might call me if you need encouragement to buy the shoes. Always buy the shoes. Life is short.
We shop in the same stores.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jeffrey Simmons. I'm the hospital ministry coordinator for the region. You would call me if you know someone in hospital and you want to explore the options about visiting them or having somebody visit them. And you would also call me if you find your heart strangely warmed, if you think about visiting people who are vulnerable and who might need a friendly face, because we provide that ministry of presence in the hospital. So give me a call. I'm quite happy to be grabbed in the hall. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tony Snow. I'm the Indigenous Minister for Chinook Winds for 3/4 of my time and 1/4 time at Pacific Mountain. And you would call me, I was telling Joel jokingly that you would call me if you wanted to get yelled at. But you would call me if you wanted to have issues around Indigenous reconciliation, outreach, blanket exercises, any type of work that is, I think, important for our work on the calls to action and reconciliation.
Thank you, Tony. I just want to clarify that in previous years, Tony has been at this regional meeting as part of his ministry at Hillhurst, but we recognize that that ministry was broader than just the community of Hillhurst, and so they generously agreed to share him with the whole region. So he's been now transitioned from Hillhurst to actual regional staff. So that's a switch that happened in this past year.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jess Beckerly, and I'm for Chinook Winds for half-time. I'm the assistant to the Pastoral Relations Minister, so that would be Karen. And you would call me. I spend a lot of time with folks on the phone walking through Church Hub, because it's not the most user-friendly system. So that's who you're going to call if you have some Church Hub problems. You're going to call me. And maybe you just need to figure out what staff you need to talk to. So you might call me as I'm in the office, and then I would direct you out. My other half-time job is with leadership, so with Michelle, and I guess I'm Michelle's assistant too. So I do all sorts of wonderful things with leadership as well. So you would call me if maybe Michelle's on vacation or if Karen's on vacation, maybe.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joel Denhan. I am strategy consultant for Chinook Winds Region, helping with community of faith strategy and forward planning. And then the other half of my life, I am the coordinating consultant for our Property and New Church Development Council, which is the group that holds and manages property in the region that isn't held by congregations or for which we have further plans, a number of things going on there as well. I heard the original question as, what name would you call me? I don't know. But if you were going to call me, Glenda, I know what name you'd call me. You'd call me before you try and fix your land titles yourself. You'd call me before you run out of money in your congregation for its budget for this year. And you'd call me before you do anything with your property, because there's lots of options. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have some other staff who support the work that we do here in the region, but are sort of more adjunct staff. So one such person is Tim Nethercott, who is serving the campus ministry portfolio at the YYC campus. We have Mary Nickel, who is supporting camping ministry. She's actually Pacific Mountain staff, but because we have the first third ministry shared between the two regions, she's also supporting the camping ministry here in Chinook Winds region. And Pamela Evans is the first third lead, so she coordinates the first third ministries, supervises all the first third ministry staff in both regions, in Pacific Mountain and Chinook Winds region. I want to just say a special thank you to Pamela, because while I was off on sabbatical, Karen was supposed to be acting executive minister, and she fell and broke her wrist and ended up being off. And so while I was off somewhere, I don't even know what country I was in at the point, I called Pamela and said, help! And she stepped in with absolute grace and skill, and we're just so grateful to you for doing it. We also have a team who supports our finance ministry, so that is John Denhout, who's over there, and he's a great support to me and to executive and to everything that happens here in Chinook Winds region. And then we have Karen Norrie, who is our bookkeeper. So we're very grateful to everyone who supports the ministries here. And can't you see how blessed I am to work with such a wonderful staff team? So please say thank you to them for their work and their ministry here. I just want to say one more thing. We have encountered some technical challenges this year, particularly with our phone system, and we're really struggling with that. So if you have phoned somebody and they haven't gotten back to you, can you send an email? Because sometimes we're actually not receiving messages, or they get lost in the email gremlins or the phone system. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we recognize there is a bit of a problem with that. Also, some of us get a high volume of email, and sometimes things get buried. I won't name names, but if you do find that you haven't got an email response, don't hesitate to send another email and just say, hey, in case you missed this, and remind us so that it gets at the top of the inbox again. Because if it gets too far down, it's quite possible it'll get lost. So please just know that it's not a lack of care or attention, it's just a volume issue or a technical issue. So thank you for that.
I just wanted to say, this is our regional staff, and they're amazing, and we love working with them. I just also wanted to note that Pam Rocker works with Affirming Connections for the region, but not as part of the regional staff. So if you have questions about becoming an Affirming ministry or on the process or anything, you can talk to Chris Mapoy, who is our justice person, or Pam is always happy to help as well, because she also works at the regional level. Thank you so much to all our staff.
Hello again. For the folks in the tech room, could we please have listening phase back again? PowerPoint for listening phase. And I'll invite the youth council folk. Are they still around? If they want to, we're going to go to listening phase for proposal 2. Oh, you brought it up. You're so smart.
Hello, I am Rhonda Gower. I come from Gates Memorial in Red Deer, and we are proposing GROG, get rid of greenhouse gases. So our background is, we start with, we are not alone. We live in God's world, and thus we are responsible as stewards of creation to uphold this responsibility. The climate crisis is an ongoing concern for the spiritual and social lives of our communities and of the whole planet, with direct negative consequences for the well-being of all living things. Our most vulnerable ecosystems and under-resourced communities bear the brunt of these effects today. If you wish to debate the reality of this, your time is past. We are now in the action phase of these movements. Therefore, taking action to reduce our contributions to the climate crisis is a direct embodiment of the Chinook Winds Regional Council's self-identified purpose of living in covenant with Mother Earth and all my relations in the Earth community, and of the new Creed's commitment to live with respect in creation. The United Church of Canada is committed to reducing carbon emissions by 80% by 2030. The United Church commissioned Caring for Creation, Our Communities, Our Congregations, the Case for a National Carbon Reduction Program for Faith Buildings in 2016, which found that energy use in buildings was one of the largest contributors to the United Church's carbon emissions and made several recommendations to address this. The report operated based on estimates of building area and energy usage due to the lack of historical data or baseline for United Church carbon emissions. One of their critical recommendations was to establish such a baseline. A baseline understanding of current carbon emissions is required to create realistic action plans, concrete goals, and to accurately measure the effectiveness of carbon reduction initiatives. The actual proposal. Our proposal is that the Chinook Winds Regional Council perform an energy audit of emissions produced by, in the course of its work, including regional gatherings, staff travel, events, including through buildings, transportation, and waste. That the Chinook Winds Regional Council strongly encourages communities of faith to provide an energy audit to be included with their 2024 self-assessment and annual report provided to the region. And that the Chinook Winds Regional Council report on its carbon emissions and on all audits reported from communities of faith at the 2024 regional gathering.
All right, that is the proposal 2. I have been asked to tell you all my name because some of you don't know me. My name is Joanne Anquist. I am the presiding officer of Chinook Winds Region at the present time, but if that's something you aspire to, please do come talk to me after this meeting. And so I'm just responsible for order in the court, I guess. And I'm singing a song from Seussical, order, order, order in the court. But anyways, that's an inside. I should have left it in my inside voice, but I'm not real good at that. Anyway, we are in the discussion phase of this proposal. Oh, listening phase of this proposal, which means that you can ask clarifying questions like, you know, money is always an issue. Have you thought about how much it costs? I don't know if it is on this one, but you know what I'm saying. Those kinds of questions, not I think it's a good idea or a bad idea. Those kinds of questions come later. So if you have a clarifying question for the group, please do go to one of the mics. They cannot hear us online if we don't speak into the mic. And don't forget to say your name and which community of faith you're from.
Barry Clayton from McDougall, and you just asked my question. What's the cost?
Yeah, so obviously there's a cost to performing energy audits for the regional offices. And the way that we'll get that money is through Faithful Footprints, which is an existing organization within the United Church. And there are grants that can be used and that we can apply for to help fund this.
Barry Clayton again. What's the cost?
There should be no cost directly.
That's not the question I asked. What's the cost, please?
So climate audits usually cost between $2,000 to $6,000. We will be accessing a grant through Faithful Footprints. And to clarify, this is an audit of the region's emissions only. So that's the regional ministry, not each individual community of faith within the regional council, just the region's ministry. It's strongly encouraged as part of this motion that communities of faith who might have already done their own climate audit might consider also applying for a Faithful Footprints grant for them to do their own climate audit so that we can gather data. At this moment, this motion is about gathering information. If we're going to be a part of the United Church's really ambitious goal to reduce our emissions by 80% by 2030, we don't have any data about how we can further reduce our emissions. So that's what we're asking for.
Sue Broderick, Parkdale United Church. Just for clarification, Faithful Footprints will only fund 50%. It's a matched grant, so there is a cost to the region for this project to happen.
Samuel Grottenberg, Chinook Winds on the roll. I'm wondering the language of strongly encouraging congregations. How did you arrive at that, and is there room for strengthening that?
So strongly encourage for this particular proposal is because we know there's a financial cost to communities of faith. We recognize that there are grants available through the United Church of Canada's various funding agencies, but we did not want to make it a requirement for communities of faith so that there wouldn't be that financial burden on individual communities of faith.
Is there a list of auditors available? Because I want to do an audit on my building, but I don't know where to start looking for an auditor.
So that's not really a question about clarifying for this, so we can get into the discussion part.
Are there any more questions in this listening phase? So again, clarifying questions. All right, seeing no more questions, we're going to close off the listening phase of Proposal 2. This one? All right, you might remember that we had robust clarifying questions about Proposal 1, and we closed that off. And so now we are moving to Proposal 2, to the discussion phase.
No. Sorry I don't wish to
Proposal
undermine
1.
you. I'm very sorry.
Oh.
May I ask members of the Business Committee to start distributing the discussion sheets? So we're going to move into discussion time at your tables. Please begin by assigning. Do we have the PowerPoint for discussion phase, by the way? I'm going to check. Maybe we have the PowerPoint for discussion phase, please. The first thing you'll have to do is you will determine who will be the recording person at your table. So please seek a volunteer to take someone to take that role. Remember what we've said about our business time? We're going to invite the eldest person at your table is the person that is invited to be the first person to respond. Over the course of the next 15 minutes, we're going to do proposal 1. We're going to take 15 minutes and all the feedback that you would like to pass on to the business committee. Hold on, please, folks. Please, folks, let me finish. We want to, if you do not agree with the proposal in any shape or form, that's fine, you can write that. But the helpful thing to do is say what sort of changes would be helpful to these proposals that you would be willing to support them, the things you would like to see. All right, we will do discussion phase for proposal 1, supporting youth leadership and adolescents and youth. Discussion phase for 15 minutes at your table.
They've got it. Taylor, they've got it.
You have about 5 minutes left in your discussion. Just be aware of that.
One minute remaining in the period.
All right. We're going to call the time on the discussion phase of Proposal 1. I'll let Taylor tell you what happens next.
All right, can you please put aside the paper that you have for proposal 1 and take out the paper for proposal 2. I can't move the slide. Okay, so again, same as before. The first thing you'll do is you'll choose someone to be a recorder. Go back now. Choose someone to be a recorder. The eldest person has the right to speak first, and you'll have 15 minutes. We want to hear your feedback about how this might need to be changed in order for you to support it. It's all right to say you don't support it in any way as well. But you have 15 minutes for table group to offer feedback.
Oh, and taking it in there? You know what, here's the thing. Oh, really? Okay. It was so much. Yeah, I mean, I opened it up and actually you just have a swipe, and then I was gonna start looking through, and then I thought, this is personal, you don't go into someone's phone, so. I just swiped and whatever was there. There was a pet at the front. That's all right, but I just want to make it clear, thank you. It was in the ladies' room, that would be fun. Like this. You have 5 minutes left to discuss this Proposal.
One minute remaining in the third period. All right, let's return back to our places and I'll call us to order. Order. And I'll just say, for the sake of the online folks, you can email your feedback to me, to my email. You should have received it from Alan in the chat. Okay, would the recording secretary of each table please hold up both proposals? Barb Law will come by and she will grab those from you. As we prepare to move into the break, I'd like to talk about another colored piece of paper, and that was the green nominations papers. We think that maybe we took them from you prematurely, but putting them back on your table might be a little too passive-aggressive. So I'd really like you to visit Tammy in the break. She's holding them there. And please, if you have any, you are called to some ministry of the Regional Council, Tammy would love to hear from you. All of the various things that are available for you to consider.
And we're just so charming. Don't you want to hang out with us, that executive? Come on.
I'll invite forward the presiding officer.
We're going to take a legitimate break this afternoon. But before we do, there's been some news about some wildfires. Drayton Valley, of course, some of you may have heard already, about 7,000 people were forced to flee their homes in Drayton Valley, moving to Alberta, long waits in their vehicles, and it's classified at this point as out of control. And also there is a fire, is it east of Sundre? Northeast of Sundre as well. And these are fires that affect our region and people in our region. And so, you know, as people of faith who want to bring healing into the world, it's appropriate for us to pause just for a moment to have a prayer. And the way I'd like to do that is actually just to sing the song, Lord, Listen to Your Children Praying. And as we're doing that, send all your hopes to God, and we'll do this collectively in this place. Lord, listen to your children praying. Lord, send your spirit in this place. Lord, listen to your children praying. Send us love, send us power, send us grace. Our prayers rise up to you, God, as incense. We pray for the people in Drayton Valley and in Sundre. Keep them safe. May love surround them. May peace find them. And may we, the people of this region, hold and support them in these days. We pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen. 15-minute break. We are going to start on the downbeat, as they used to say in music rehearsal, at 3:30. Okay, downbeat at 3:30.
not much in the next 6 months.
I'll do it. Friends, may I have your attention just briefly, the Affirming Connections folk want people to know that they have free stuff to give away at their table, which is in the lounge outside these doors and to the right. So go check out the stuff that's in the lounge. Out the doors on the right, there's free stuff even.
We have 1 minute till we begin again. I would invite everyone from the hallways, the highways and the byways. We're going to force them to come in and sing, I cannot come to the banquet, don't trouble me now. I have married a wife, I have bought me a cow, I have fields and commitments that cost a pretty sum. Pray hold me excused, I cannot come. All right. I'm going to do it after. I'm going to do it before dinner. There has been a thought that those of us who are dressed in red today would want to take a picture with the jingle dress, and in my head I'm like, okay, I like pictures too, and we will do that, but let's be aware that we're becoming the center of the story in that way, but still it's nice that we do that in solidarity. So if you would like to take a picture with all the people dressed in red as a commemoration of missing and murdered Indigenous women, children, two-spirited people, we'll do that so that we can show our solidarity. Okay. We said 3:30, and the property committee, is that what's happening now? The property working group has a presentation that they would like to make to us, so we're going to start that now.
Good afternoon. I'm the chair of Chinook Winds Regional Property Working Group, and we have a presentation for you, and then at the tail end I will have an announcement for you. So I'm going to turn it over to Barry Clayton, who is one of the members of the Property Working Group.
Well, I want to thank the chair and the agenda committee for allowing us some time on the agenda for some expression of some ideas and concerns that the property working group have. Just a background for me, Carol and I farm just east of Calgary, so we're raised in the rural area and familiar with the rural area problems, but we also worship at a larger United Church in Calgary, so we have kind of one foot in each, and so we've some experience with the challenges of property management in the region. I was involved with the Property and Administration Committee of Calgary Presbytery, and when that dissolved, then moved on to volunteering with the Property Working Group in the region. We're a very small group providing some advice to congregations and the executive minister regarding property matters, and we help facilitate the updates to the trustees on file on land titles, which nothing really can happen with your property if the property title is not in order. So it's not a complicated process, but it has to be done the right way, and we can help you do that. The other, Sue has just introduced herself and me as members. We also have Mel Spence over here from this area, and Mary Oxworthy from Calgary, and sitting on as a staff member is Joel Denhan, who is really a good source of information and provides a lot of help. So as a working group, we have no authority to institute changes or require actions, but we are in a position to notice concerns and trends that are happening in the region. And so ever since our inception, back when the region was formed, our group has observed a continuing decline in membership in the region, financial instability, volunteer energy draining out, and a sense of pessimism. But at the same time, we've been seeing some glimmers of hope, and we wanted to encourage that. And so I was asked by the committee to draft a document that outlines our optimism for the future of the United Church in this region if we take advantage of some of the opportunities we have. I've entitled this New Wineskins for New Wine. And some of you who attended the trustee workshop we had a few weeks ago will have heard some of this because I presented it to the group at that time, but I have since changed it a little bit, so there is some addition to that. And I probably should say at the outset too that based on Cameron's presentation this morning where she had a quadrant there of, I kind of identify with being in the group that is somewhat pessimistic, that the future is bleak, but I think I can have some influence on making it better. So just so you know where I'm coming from on this. Most people like new adventures. Some joyously jump in with both feet and others just dabble a toe in. Progress in adapting to new realities is sometimes made with visionary foresight, and at other times it's forced on us by situations like a global health pandemic. So whether by choice or by coercion, we continually change our priorities, our relationships, our lifestyle, and what we want to achieve. And our church is in the same situation where we're examining our priorities, our partnerships, our ministries, our community needs. Well, as most of you and all United Church members know, the societal headwinds that mainline churches like the United Church of Canada are facing are making it difficult to continue the style of ministry, the sense of enthusiasm, the energy and funds that we have for providing the services and programs that the church has provided in the past. This is evident throughout the region with many communities of faith struggling financially, exhibiting volunteer aging and burnout, and searching for a renewed sense of purpose. There have been a significant number of amalgamations and closures, some of those been in process for many years. But an encouraging sign is that there's a new style of ministry emerging. Some communities of faith have taken a leap of faith, setting out in a new direction, recognizing that the style of ministry, the facilities and staff of 20 or 50 years ago no longer work for the needs of today's communities. So a new ministry style involving partnerships with other churches or not-for-profit community associations is emerging to assist in providing services like food security programs, affordable childcare, affordable housing, seniors care, community hub venue, and in addition to the spiritual nurture and pastoral care for which the church is known. I was involved in an advisory capacity with a project at Ogden United Church, if this will advance for me. Okay, it's not going to do that. There we are. The old Ogden United Church building was in need of major work, maintenance work. So there was a vision to create a new project that would involve a number of things. And this is the architect's concept drawing from a couple of years ago of the building that would take the place of the old Ogden Church. So the Ogden Church, there it is. The old Ogden Church had some maintenance issues, and the congregation was struggling to meet their missional needs in the community with this building and the restrictions that it had. And so they have joined up with another partner to build the project that you saw in a moment ago. The old Ogden Church was in need of rebuilding, and they found a partner to join with them to demolish the old building and construct this new building, which would have offices for the church, a sanctuary meeting room, general purpose room, a number of offices, a big commercial kitchen, a cafeteria on the main floor. On the lower floor was to be a child care and preschool, and the upper 4 floors are going to have 24 affordable housing units for people in need of housing, homeless people, and this was to be constructed and administered by the partner that was involved in the project. The goal was to provide spiritual nurture and pastoral care as always, but in addition, programs to enhance food security for lower income families, to make affordable housing possible, and provide better access to social services. And this type of ministry could have been part of the future for the United Church of Canada. These type of projects take considerable capital funding, and this is a major barrier holding back some of these promising ministry projects. This is a photograph of the building under construction about 2 months ago now, so it's closed in a lot more than that now, well on its way to completion. However, there are some problems. Along with many others, I've been really enthusiastic about this project because of the promise of renewal for the Ogden congregation and the service that could be provided to the Ogden community, which is a working class community, and they don't have a lot of resources, and certainly nobody in the congregation with deep pockets. So it was a renewal project that was really valid. You'll notice that I have been using the past tense in describing this project. Hub 29 has encountered some financial difficulties and challenges to be completed as planned, and negotiations are presently underway to determine how this project will be owned and operated in the future. This has been a real learning experience for us and has shown us that while the United Church seems to encourage projects like Hub 29, the financial will and resources to complete them need to be better organized. All my mainline churches have been saying for years, if we could just attract more young people to come to church, we'd be fine. Well, the reality is setting in that our relevance in the future will be a result of our ability to adapt to the changing needs and challenges of society, and are finding and funding new ministry projects to supplement the spiritual and pastoral care that the church has been really good at in the past. So what can we do individually and collectively? As we all do our visioning, I have some questions that I think it would be useful for you people to take back for discussion in your council or board. What is the role of the United Church in today's society? What is the role of the United Church in today's society? Sure ain't what it was when I was a father raising a young family 50 years ago. Things have changed. So what is our role today? What initiatives, small or larger, can our community of faith do to advance the United Church values in our community? And you each have individual communities, and the needs may be somewhat different, but they're quite similar in advancing the United Church values in your community. Is there another community of faith needing help from a partner like us to achieve a new missional project? This is something that the property working group might be able to help you with. We're not telling you how to use your money or what to do, but we have some ideas. Things come to the property group for advice, and we've got some ideas where you could partner with another community of faith trying to establish a new mission. So we can help you with some of that discussion. Some congregations have financial resources being held for possible future needs. These usually have resulted from capital sales of property, often in manse or a spare lot. How can our community of faith with uncommitted financial resources partner with a fledgling project to yield fulfillment for all partners? Now, I know that this doesn't apply to a lot of churches. A lot of us are struggling financially just to make the budget work for this year. But there are a few congregations in our region that we know have sold some assets, don't really have plans for the immediate future, and have some spare cash. What opportunities exist to not just give away our grant money to new ministry projects, but to invest in these to receive real financial returns plus achieve missional objectives? We all know that community of faith have a duty of care for investing financial resources in a responsible manner and making the church relevant to the needs of today and continuing the spiritual care and pastoral care presence of the United Church in our communities. But just socking money away in GICs at the bank does not really make the best use of these funds that are under our care, this duty of care. Property Working Group have discussed the possibility of establishing a properly managed fund into which communities of faith with these latent funds could invest, some of these to receive a real income stream similar to bank returns, and communities of faith embarking on renewal projects, whatever they might be, could apply to draw on these funds for some of their expenses to build the facilities that they need to carry out these new ventures. This spirit of cooperation between some churches is what's needed to ensure the continuing United Church presence in our communities, even while some churches age out and close. An alternative funding option would be for renewal projects like the Hub 29 project to issue 5-year debentures available to congregations or to individual church members. And this would provide more direct involvement in a specific project and receiving a payout when the project is operational. And Property Working Group is willing to work to help either of these programs happen. So whether it's a larger or smaller project in the same community or a project in some other location in the region, such debentures would be a real boon to fledgling projects which often struggle to find adequate financing. And I think the future relevance of the United Church will be a result of that leap of faith. Every community of faith needs to have a reasonable amount of cashable assets to cover unforeseen emergencies. So if we're up, for a community of faith with an aging facility that needs major maintenance, a wise choice might be to start with a different facility. Maybe that's just moving down the street to a vacant bay in a strip mall where you can continue the ministry in the community more effectively at a lower cost. When the building and the membership, or both, are at or before their best before date, transferring support to another community of faith in a new ministry can be rewarding and refreshing for all partners. There seems to be a pessimistic view in some communities of faith that the membership should continue to deplete cash and and capital assets until there's nothing left or the members are all gone. With that attitude, the estimate of the number of years the United Church will be present in our society varies, but it will not be long. Communities of faith operating in individual silos will only hasten that demise. We are called the United Church for a reason, I think, and we need to start acting like one by helping out each other, cooperatively and collectively serving our members and our society and deploying our resources wisely. I'm told in Canada, the United Church communities of faith are closing at the rate of 1 per week in recent years. These closures have largely been unplanned and sporadic. We think a strategic plan is desperately needed for consolidation and rationalization of United Churches in Chinook Winds region and probably elsewhere. So staff and lay leaders are called to lead this revitalization while there are still churches left to be the central hubs of United Church activity. So here are some suggested options that the property group have as we observe the financial and property use concerns that come to our attention. Chinook Winds region should reevaluate the ministries the region needs to support and prioritize these to make best use of limited resources. We suggest that the region could establish a properly managed fund into which communities of faith with latent cash reserves can invest and get financial returns competitive with the banks. Renewal projects in need of startup or bridge financing could access this fund for financial resources. Or alternatively, or coupled with it possibly, Chinook Winds region could facilitate the issuing of debentures by these renewal projects and encourage communities of faith or individual members to invest in these debentures. It's our belief that there is a window of time still available to take action while there are some opportunities available. And so there are some contacts that you can reach us if you want to discuss this further. New wine is in the making. Are we ready with new wineskins? After the last session tonight, we would invite anybody who would like to discuss this further with us or have questions to meet us in the sanctuaries. The property working group members will be there just for an informal discussion, and if it's helpful, I saw some of you trying to make notes on the questions that we have. If it's helpful for you, I have this presentation in a digital form and be happy to send it out if you just leave your email with me. Sue has some closing comments.
Thank you, Barry. I hope you found that informative. I know we got real positive feedback about that presentation. Changed a bit when we did it at the trustees workshop. So when Joel was introduced, he said one of the things you do is you call Joel if you're going to do anything with your property before you start to make plans. The property working group for probably 4 to 6 months worked diligently on a proposed policy for property in our region. It is now coming back to us for some final edits, but watch for this policy to be published on our Chinook Winds website when it is an approved policy by the executive, because we can only draft and propose, then our executive in the governance we run will approve it or not. And at this point, it's coming back to us to do a little bit more work. But please, this is just sort of a coming soon to you, is a proposed policy, which when you see it will be a policy, of how to work with your property with various scenarios, property and you stay as a community of faith, property and you disband, property like the sale of your manse and you're still an active community. All of that is encumbered in it, but this is just sort of an announcement that please watch for that. But definitely, as Joel stated, before you even get to the point of understanding that, reach out to Joel and then the property working group, because we will walk with you. One of us from the property working group will be assigned, if you want, to walk with you as you do this work, because it doesn't happen overnight. It's a long journey, and we on the property working group are willing to take that journey with you. So I just wanted to sort of let you know that we are a working group, but we are there for each and every community of faith within our region. We can't help you if we don't know you need help, but we are there to help you along your journey. And so we're looking forward to hearing from you if you have anything relating to your property that you're not sure what to do next.
Hello, I'm Ashley from the United Church Bookstore, UCRD. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share with you a few titles available at our bookstore. We'd also like to offer a promotional code for you to use when shopping on our website, ucrdstore.ca. One title we'd like to share is Building God's Beloved Community, edited by Taylor Cresson. Drawing on the expertise of United Church theologians and ministers from across the country, this book outlines the church's approach to some of the big questions, while offering insight into the United Church worship, traditions, and history. Here is a clip of Reverend Dr. Rob Fennell sharing his thoughts on the book.
Hi everyone, it's Rob Fennell, and it's a pleasure to introduce to you this wonderful little book called Building God's Beloved Community, Discipleship in the United Church of Canada. It's edited by my friend and colleague Taylor Cresson, and this book is published by the United Church Publishing House. So it's one of our own in-house publications by United Church people, for United Church people, and anybody else. It's a terrific resource. Chapters are written by United Church scholars and ministers. It was a gift for me to be able to offer a small contribution to the book, but the real gift of the book is the combination of all these voices and our opportunity to learn from them. This kind of a book that's really meant for perhaps a confirmation class or a study group. It could be for youth, it could be for adults. We really did have in mind that folks would be able to engage with it at a variety of levels. I do commend the book to you, encourage you to grab a copy for yourself or for your study group. Thanks and take care.
You can also consider taking a look at our newest daily devotional, Good Courage, edited by Lydia Smith. Good Courage aims to inspire with honest testimonies from people who have had the courage to follow their hearts, to hope against hope, and to faithfully work towards a better world. Listen to contributor Jen Boyes-Garbin, Regional Minister for Canada Christian Church Disciples of Christ, as she shares part of her reflection of the book.
It occurred to me that our lives are a continuous cycle of beginnings and endings. Both can be painful. We sometimes lose perspective, being in the middle of it. But God knows these beginnings and endings, knows that in order for new parts of us to grow and blossom, we need endings. We need to let some things die. Habits, beliefs, assumptions, patterns, relationships. In reflecting on one path over a year, I noticed how some things died, but others thrived. Noticed that in the death of some things existed the life of others. Hope can be found in the endings of things, in the curiosity of what comes next.
To learn more about these books and the rest of our catalog, we invite you to visit our website at ucrdstore.ca. Please enjoy 20% off all purchases over $60 using the code Chinook20, active until June 7th. To keep up with our new books, product launches, and events, follow the United Church Bookstore social media channels. You can find us on Instagram at faith_in_our_books and on Facebook at Faith in Our Books. Subscribe to the UCRD newsletter and find our contributions to the weekly Essentials newsletter. Both can be found at the United Church website at the e-newsletter section. Thank you again for your time today, and please have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. May I have a group discussion on revitalization? It's coming. We're going to have a group discussion. It's going to be fun. Very good. Thank you. The COVID-19 pandemic was a deeply disruptive event for not only our church, but all of society on a global scale. Tremendous amounts of energy were required for congregations and the institutional church to adapt to the circumstances they found themselves in the past 3 years. Our clergy were required to learn how to do their jobs in entirely new ways. As communities of faith have returned to regular programming, they have faced significant challenges in their recovery. Clergy, regional council staff, and lay volunteers were not able to catch their breath following the crisis of COVID-19, as a great deal of energy was also required to return to in-person programming. Most of our congregations are struggling to get their attendance back to pre-pandemic numbers, and finances continue to be fragile, accelerating many trends that were present before 2020. While acknowledging these significant challenges, our church should proactively develop strategies to recover from the disruption of the pandemic. Drawing upon the wisdom of the membership of our regional council, we would like to initiate a group discussion during this regional gathering to discuss strategies for revitalization following the pandemic for both our communities of faith and the institutions of the wider church. We will be separating into different groups to do this. So we will be asking people to meet in the sanctuary and here in Wesley Hall. So initially we will begin with segregating ourselves by urban and rural churches. You can define what that is. I'd sort of say like Brooks, Cochrane, that's the line where they can decide which way they want to go. If you're smaller than those places, you're probably rural. If you're bigger than those places, you're probably urban. Following that, we'll do that for 25 minutes. Following that, we're going to reconvene in different groups again, and we're going to have all the lay delegates will be in one space, and all of the clergy will be in another space. Then we're going to all come back together. We're going to report on the smartest things that we heard over all of that time. So, let us begin. The discussions will be facilitated with guiding questions from the business committee. Please choose a recording. You'll fill out on this salmon-colored paper. Each time that you fill a new group, there'll be a new piece of paper. And again, as we've said, how we'd like to conduct our business, we'll invite the eldest person in your group to speak first. All right, so this is how we'll break down. So stage A of our discussion, the rural members of the regional council will be meeting in the sanctuary. You're welcome to have the nice cool space. The urban members will remain here in Wesley Hall, and we're going to separate into 6 groups. After 25 minutes, we'll go to stage B, and the lay people will be in the sanctuary. The clergy will be here in Wesley Hall. Urban clergy, you can blame me. Yes, you're in this space twice. And then we will return back for some discussion together, and we'll return just back to our table groups. So I'll ask, who is it? It's going to be Owang and Kathy. Well, they can start making their way to the sanctuary to prepare for that. So as you enter the, the horses are ready to get out of the barn here. As you enter the sanctuary, go ahead, business committee. There'll be numbers on the pews. So I don't know if they're going to count you off or whatever, but we want you to separate into 6 groups. So I'll ask the rural members of our regional council to make their way to the sanctuary now, please. All right, folks remaining from urban churches, we're going to separate into different groups now. So I'm going to ask you to all move to tables. We're going to try to just randomize it up. So I'm going to ask groups to form in table 4, table 1, table 5, table 8, table 9, and table 12. So just move from where you're at into one of those spaces. Try to sit with someone who you've not spoken with this weekend. 4, 1, 5, 8, 9, 12. Table 2, that is not one of the designated tables. Can you please move to a new space? One, 4, 5, 8, 9, 12.
This is our opportunity to provide
I'll point and put you.
regional council.
Go to number 9, please. That would be lovely.
One of the work groups that I've just opened.
All right, Barb's going to come round to the table groups, and she's going to give you a salmon-colored piece of paper. The first thing you'll do is you will designate someone as a recorder.
Did you mute yourself so that I can talk to my people? No, use the...
In just 30 seconds, please determine who is the eldest person sitting at your group.
Great. Hi, everybody. Michelle here. We would like, this is our opportunity to give feedback to the region. And so I am inviting you to head into a group. You get to choose which group to join. The first 2 groups are if you are in an urban center, and the second 2 groups are if you are in a rural center. So choose yourself, because I don't want to assign you, and I might assign you wrong. I see only one. There we go.
I'm rural.
You're rural. Do you want me to move you to a group?
Yes, please.
Okay. Kathleen, is that you?
Hello.
I'm urban, but I can't see the groups.
Oh, darn. Okay. Lois is urban.
Yeah, me neither. I don't see the groups either. It's Tracy, sorry.
Tracy. And are you urban or?
Urban, yeah.
Urban.
Wally, I'm urban.
I don't see the groups either. I would like rural, please.
Who is that speaking?
Pat. Patricia.
Pat is rural?
Yes, please.
Awesome.
Diane is urban. This is Susan Wilkinson Maddox. I am rural.
Susan is rural.
Barb McPherson, I'm urban.
Roxanne Williams, urban.
Sorry, Barb McPherson, are you rural or?
Urban.
Urban, okay. And who was the last person?
Roxanne Williams, urban.
Roxanne Williams, perfect. And Elaine, oh.
I'm urban, I mean, rural.
Sorry, who did I just speak to?
Did you say Elaine?
I did, and you're rural, perfect.
Elaine Mansfield, and yeah.
There you go.
Rural.
Great. Anybody else that I can move?
Yeah, Susan Simpson.
Susan Simpson, sorry.
And I'm rural.
Awesome.
Okay. And if I'm in an urban group right now. I need to go to the rural group. It's Susan Wilkinson Maddox.
Susan Wilkinson Maddox. You need to go to rural?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. There you go.
And Darlene, I'm urban.
It's urban. Yep.
Ina, I'm urban as well.
I'm Irene and I'm rural.
Irene?
Yes, I'm rural.
Is rural. Okay. Ina, I can't see you.
Yeah.
Why could I not see you?
Hi, Annie.
Sue Rogers, where can I put you?
Urban, please.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, Michelle.
You too. Long time.
Long time.
I can't find you, Ina.
That's weird.
That is weird. What is your... Do you have a different name?
No.
Can you help me? I can't find this person. No. Is there Barb? Laurence, do you want to go somewhere?
I'd like to go urban, please.
Urban.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Jane, where can I send you, my friend? Urban or rural? Urban. Okay. And Ina. She's in group 1 already? She's not though.
No,
She should be in. Oh, here we go. You just need to accept the invitation. Ina.
okay, I have not received one yet.
Oh, here, I'll change you to a different group and see if you get it. Do you see a message that comes up?
Okay.
Great. Is there anybody else who'd like to join a group?
It's Diane. I didn't get an invitation.
Oh, you need to tell me. Are you Earl?
Oh,
Earl or
Diane
Urban?
and Urban.
Urban. I will pop you in. There you go.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. I don't seem to know. Next time. It was easier.
Where you are, coming in, take your way sanctuary.
Hey, everybody. Now people are shifting into groups of clergy and groups of lay leaders. So I've created 2 groups for lay leaders 1, lay leaders 2, and 2 groups for clergy 1 and 2. How you add yourself is you go down to the bottom right hand of your screen. It should say more with 3 little dots. If you click on that and click breakout rooms, it'll give you a choice. So you choose one of those 4 groups. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Michelle, but I don't see the 3 dots and it's not on the toolbar, the more.
It's not on the bottom, hey?
No, it's not on the toolbar.
I think it's up on the, I'm working from my iPad and I have 3 little dots up on the top right.
Yeah.
But I'm not seeing anything other than chat or captions or meeting sessions.
It doesn't say breakout rooms for you?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Mine doesn't either.
Okay.
Mine just says stop incoming video.
Okay, then I will just do what I did before. Where are participants? Here we go. Open the rooms.
There it is. Join breakout room.
Yeah, there it is.
room.
Oh,
There it is.
There. Oh, for join Bridget too.
Try it out.
And lay leaders 1 is what? Is rural or urban?
It doesn't matter. We're wiping away rural and urban. We're just focusing on lay or clergy. Yeah. If you want me to pop you in a room, I can do that too.
I think you need to do that.
Okay, sure. Who's that? Susan?
Susan, this one here?
Sue Simpson? Yep.
There, please.
Lay or clergy?
Lay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
Wally in the clergy.
Wally is clergy. To that.
And Susan Wilkinson Maddox into clergy, please.
Yes, indeed. There you go.
Thank you.
Who's left?
Elaine Mansfield into lay leadership.
Okay. There you go, Elaine.
One, 4, 5, 8, 9, 12. 1, 4, 5, 8, 9, 12. Hold up your stand. People don't know what they're doing. Go ahead and those
else said to you today? So regarding the first question, which we answered, regarding effective strategies for communities of faith, what was the best response that you received from another person this afternoon? You can use the microphones, please, that are on the floor of the plenary. What was the smartest response to that first question someone gave? Effective strategies for communities of faith. Okay, order please, the south microphone.
One of the things that Andrea Irwin from Hillhurst in Calgary, one of the things that was brought up in both groups, both urban and clergy, that I was sitting at in response to this question was focusing on partnerships over simply rentals and focusing on collaborations versus amalgamations.
Thank you. Could you please repeat your comment?
I have a soccer mom voice. Partnerships over rentals and collaborations over amalgamations.
What was the best response you received from another person this afternoon regarding strategies for communities of faith? The north microphone.
Is this north? Tammy Allen, Innisfail Pastoral Charge. What I heard earlier this afternoon was to remember that what works in one cultural context might not work in the other, but in another. But what it said to me was, but let's have some courage to try and experiment and try new things, because we'll never learn if we don't try.
The south microphone.
I heard from a
Pardon me, could you please identify yourself?
Oh, yes. Sherry Hansen, Gates Memorial United Church, and Kasota East Camp. A wise person in one of my groups said, we need to find ourselves a quitting helper. Someone who coaches us and helps guide us through the process of quitting and being able to pass the reins over to someone else. So I thought that was quite a wise thought.
South microphone.
This is my appetizer. Linda Kirkhoven from Forest Lawn United in Calgary.
Order.
And I'm stealing this idea.
And can you please speak into the microphone?
I'm stealing this idea from Wilma Clark from Red Deer Lake United. They, to bring children and young families, they didn't plan it, but they are renting their building for a nature kindergarten, which is primarily outside. And she said it has brought children to the Sunday school and their parents. And it's out in the country. You have to drive to go to this place. But since they're there, they might come on Sunday.
Thank you. The best response that you received from someone regarding strategies for revitalization of our communities of faith. North microphone.
Sue Broderick, Parkdale. Something that was said at my first group that resonated is, if you believe in the project, you first have to take the step to apply resources to make sure that you're there for the project. If you just say we need children to come to Sunday school and do nothing about it, children won't come. But if you believe in the project, you find a Sunday school teacher or a coordinator that you intentionally are 99% of the time paying for, and you find the right resources to enhance the program, it will happen.
North microphone.
Hello, my name is Simon Middleton. I'm here as a youth leader. I do not represent a specific congregation in Calgary. It's something that I noticed or remember from our conversation was allowing yourself to let things die and believe in resuscitation. And that it is not fruitful to spend our time and energy on projects where there is not currently passion and there's not currently motivation.
Please repeat for the sake of the recording secretary.
Sure. To not be afraid of letting things die and believing in their eventual resuscitation. That it is not worth our time and our energy to invest in projects when passion isn't currently there, and that we can depend on passion coming back sometime in the future.
Thank you. We will take one more response from this category.
I
Yes,
just would want to correct you. I didn't say resuscitation, I'd say resurrection. Okay, there's a difference.
Okay, resurrection. Did you get that, Kathy? Okay, one more response to this category, please. All right, we'll move to the next one. Please, regarding how these strategies might be nurtured at the regional council level, what was the best response you received from another person this afternoon? Yes, certainly. Regarding how these strategies might be nurtured at the regional council level, what was the best response you received from another person this afternoon? North microphone.
Dave Goodwin Stetler. One of the responses, one of the strategies was to try to encourage, of course, more youth participation in the Sunday schools and so forth. But the way that the organization here could contribute would be to find some programs and get those in place so that churches can just access those. I know that Wood Lake, for instance, is disappearing, so those programs are no longer available, and so perhaps the council can generate new programs that we can access.
South microphone.
Bob Wallace, Bow Island, Pat Burdett, Pastoral Charge. One of the conversations that we had, which ended up in a bit of a, I think, a feeling or a recommendation what the region could do, centered around trying to find a way to identify what is the connection between the community in which we're serving and the congregation that we're serving, and to begin to build the kind of partnerships that would empower us to work together. And so the region's role in that, I kept hearing, was we need, as ministry personnel at least, to be trained to be community-minded rather than congregational-minded. And that's maybe the work of a training program within the region.
South microphone.
Hi, I'm Carrie from Bashaw. One thing that we had kind of discussed a lot about was maybe getting a little bit of support more in technology when it comes to cluster groups, be it for, particularly I'm thinking with the youth organizations coming from the rural that we could somehow be able to support individual churches with that communication aspect and cluster groups.
Regarding how these strategies might be nurtured at the regional council level, what was the best response you received from another person this afternoon? North microphone.
Barbara Lynn from Stutler United. We had a very rich conversation about lay people and volunteers, and what Chinook Winds Council could help with is support and training for lay leaders in worship or in community work or community organizations within our churches. Just more assistance to be better grounded as lay people.
We'll take one more response, please. North microphone.
Rachel from Knox and Drumheller. Is there a way, I'm trying to piece it together, support from the region to help us celebrate the good things we are doing and recognizing those good things so they can journey with us in our celebrations, not just when things go haywire?
I think you struck a chord, Rachel. Or the person that offered that wisdom did. Was this good? Did you enjoy this? Okay. Every minute, okay. We'll maybe do this more in the future. I'll invite the executive secretary to come share some words with us about nominations.
Hi. We've just had some feedback that folks are wondering a little bit about what the commitments and what the various committees are that we have on our list. So I thought we would just give you a bit of a quick summary of those. So agenda and planning and theme and worship for the next year's general meeting. Basically, they work throughout this year to put this meeting together. So in the first part of the year, we don't meet as frequently, probably we'll have a meeting fairly soon, and then maybe a couple of times in the fall, and then we really get busy in the spring, in January. So the most important thing early on is identifying theme speaker and location and getting things booked, but we've actually already done a little bit of work around that because we're trying to plan a little further ahead. So we do know that it'll be in Calgary at McDougall United already, and other than that, nothing else has been done. Executive is a place where we really do need to have some people come forward. We're really looking in particular for order of ministry folks, because we've had a couple of terms are coming up, and so we need to fill those positions in order to have the balance on the executive, which is important. But there's 2 ordered positions and 1 lay position, and the lay position could actually be lay or ordered. Pastoral relations and community of faith. So we have had these committees in place for a while. We're doing a bit of restructuring. So if that's an area that you have some interest in, if you can just let us know, but we wouldn't be looking at an immediate beginning for that. That would be something probably we'd be looking at in the fall. And those committees tend to meet once every 6 weeks or so, and they're looking at policies and support for pastoral relations and support to communities of faith, and kind of thinking big picture wise. What is it that we need to do to support that kind of work in the region? Then we have some more kind of working committees, so they meet a little bit more frequently, and they're dealing with the kind kind of detailed work. So that would be Lay Ministry Working Group, which meets about every other month-ish, sometimes every 6 weeks. And Ministry Support, which is chaired by Nancy Norris, and that meets roughly 4 times a year. And that is about kind of thinking through what we need to do to be supporting ministry personnel in this work that we're doing together, and recognizing that it's not an easy time to be in ministry leadership. Property and Approvals meets monthly. You heard from Sue and Barry about that, so I'm going to assume you have a fairly good understanding of that ministry. And then Affirm. Affirm's work is shifting, so the work of the Affirm group has been about bringing us to this point, which is making the decision to become an affirming region. But that's actually just the beginning of our journey, and so now the Affirming Committee is going to be thinking about what we need to do to really integrate the affirming decision into all of the work of the region, including things like our policies and how to make events like this safe and welcoming, things like that. So that will be, I don't actually know how frequently they meet. Chris, how frequently will Affirm meet? Once or twice quarterly. So it's not a big time commitment. And then the General Council 45, will need some support in local arrangements, working with Taylor, and then there'll be lots of opportunities around General Council 45. So if you've got interest in being part of the planning of that event, let us know that, and we'll start keeping track, and then we'll reach out to you as opportunities come available. But there'll be some opportunities because we're the host, and that's a big honor, so we want to make sure that we do a really good job. Is that good?
All right, some announcements for supper. Are you making some, Joanne? Okay, Joanne is going to make some announcements.
Where did it go? I think the most important announcement is I hear there's a shaved ice truck coming between 6 and 7 tonight, and 15% of the proceeds go to Affirming Ministry. I exited my announcement thing. Networking groups, did you talk about that? He's going to talk about the networking groups. Those who wanted to have a picture taken in solidarity on Red Dress Day, we'll do that right after the announcements are done, right after we've said grace and begin to eat, so we'll take a picture. I think that was it. Affirming is at 6:30. Oh yes, and remember that if you want some gender bending accoutrement to your clothing, it's out there, right, Pam? In the sanctuary. So for those of you, if you brought your own, great, and if not, it's there. Okay, we need 4 volunteers right now to help set up. Chris is looking. Oh, Kelly, that's one. Thank you. I see that hand. Is there another? Oh, 3. Good. One more. 4. Wonderful. Thank you.
All right, supper is the same as it's been before. Those with dietary needs, you have a table that is separate from the rest of the food here. For networking groups, anyone interested in being in the Good Relations Network and continuing the conversation about crossroads of reconciliation are invited to take their supper tonight to the Century Hall, which is located in the basement. The access stairs are on the left-hand side before you go into the sanctuary, on the other side of the main doors of the church. We should say that we reconvene again tomorrow, music at 8:45 and starting at 9 o'clock. Well, let's do a grace before supper, shall we? I need you to snap your fingers for me. Chapati, chapati, curry and spice, burrito, taquito, spaghetti and rice, dim sum, egg foo young to all beef patty special sauce on a bun. Hands across the table, hands across the sea, sharing in the banquet of the earth. Thanks. Amen.